Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Hello, Jester. How you doing? Okay. That one looks like it's on. No one's on. Let's go to Discord. Do the live notification there. Where are you? There you are. Yum. Okay. So do we have T-Mux? There we go. Let's do a little bit of fixing, right? Doing all right, Jess. Doing all right. Good morning, Caleb. How's Born in the Mayonnaise doing today? Speaking of which, we could probably do with a little bit of music on my end, not on your end. You have to see to that. Ugh. Something better. Nah, you're muted. Not me. That's all right, Temporis. I forgive you. Morning, Marvin. Oh yeah, I did an 9-hour coding stream yesterday. I'm through the worst. And the smell of coffee is growing on me. The taste is still shit though, but the smell is fine. Interesting. Nah. It's all right. I mean, I can drink it, but it's not like, oh man, I need coffee, right? Hello, Wiry. It was long enough. Let's go to default widgets. But I have my my 3 post-it notes here, Marvin. And these are what keeps me grounded, okay? All right, no autofocus. Apparently not. But that one says people mean well. Well, Temporis, this is the thing. There is about 49 milligrams of caffeine in a cup of tea and about 100 and something. It's about twice in a cup of coffee. So it's not really that much more, right? So drinking 1 cup of coffee or 1 shot of espresso every day and taking 2 cups of tea out of the equation is no caffeine difference, right? 3 a.m. Oh, yeah, well, then you got 2 more hours, Wire. Then you have to hit the gym. How you been? We're gonna... Where am I typing? Here. Oh, there we go. We're gonna merge with us. Actually, you know what? I've already merged with Dev. We're already on Dev. But I haven't pushed it yet. I need to fix the tests now. Oh, this song is a bit of a vibe. Hang on. It was a bit loud, wasn't it? Very chill. All right. Their branch is now Dave. Nah, man, that was you can't call it Dave. That's what they renamed. Was it ITV? That was renamed to Dave. I mean, what sort of drunken stupor was that, man? Oh, we're now Dave. Why? Why are you Dave? Trying to cook a thing. But listen, cooking meth is illegal in most countries, Virus. So you know. They was a great. Is it gone? I mean, it was just ITV, right? It was so. It had a few shows, but Top Gear almost 24/7. There's only so much denim you can take, though, right? From Jeremy Clarkson. Okay. Normal ITV was still around. Wasn't it ITV that became Dave? ITV was Channel 3. What was it that became Dave then? Because there was a channel before Dave. I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, Temporis, but Dave TV channel, what was the name before? What? No, it wasn't. I don't remember no G2 in there. Was it Gold? Yeah. Gold 2. Yeah, I don't remember now. They was owned by BBC. Is it gone now? Oh man, what a song. Man, the smell is still present. I thought it was ITV they got renamed today, but clearly not. Okay, so what do we need to pass in here? Tree and constraints. All right. I'm vibing hard here. Thank you for the raid, Chrono Zero. How you doing? How was your stream? I was gonna say how was your raid, but that would be a stupid question. Yeah, I mean, who watches terrestrial TV, right? Hello, Jason. How you doing? Hey, tech news for the past week. Didn't get any cold. Oh well. No bugs then. Man, what a song this is. I need to pop this onto my liked songs. All right. Let's do some programming, shall we? So we need a layout context and a leads layout. So let's call run here. We're going to have a context and true because we do need layout. So how are we going to bang out this context though? That one's going to be a little bit hairy, I think. Why can't we go there? Oh, no. It's public. Layout context. Where do we get you from? Cool. I definitely played Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 on the PlayStation 2 at one point a bit, but it wasn't mine. It was a friend who had it. Oh man, I was well into like Shadow Hearts and what else did I play? A lot of. I don't remember. But there was like I bought a PlayStation for my first paycheck. I used to work in Old Windsor, and my first paycheck, I walked into, was it Argos or whatever? And I bought, no, Argos, you had to go to Staines for Argos, right? And I bought a PlayStation anyway with Shadow Hearts and some other games. And Shadow Hearts was really good, but the other game was a bit lackluster. No bugs, no problems, night. Jaw turned 30. Time to put it to bed. Where is the context coming from though, right? And why can't I go to that location? This one works. All right, we need to get a layout context. Oh, this is going to be a pain. Do we... Oh, wait, we have an eval context, but... Oh, man. I'm going to have to read through all this code, aren't I? Oh. I'm about 40 years older than you, Temporus. I've figured this out now. Okay. Oh, that's what we have here. That's what this is. It's wrapping the test. Oh, the pain. All right, so where is the layout? We don't even have that. All right, we just have to do it then, right? Right, where do you come from, globals? Okay, that's self globals. Attribute storage. They are very similar. We're just gonna do this. Globals factory states. We don't have the scope then. Okay. Attribute storage. Components and component registry. Don't need that. Component registry, floating widgets, yeah. That's what we need. What a mixture of music this playlist is. Okay, so what do we do with the components thing here? Do we have it on self maybe? Yeah, we do. Do we have a viewport? We do, and a glyph map. Okay, easy enough then, right? Ah, unsatisfied trade bounds. I see. It's all good, man. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I have. It's early morning for me. Just getting started. Just getting my bearings here, fixing some tests. We're getting ready to merge this, or getting ready to push this, but we're gonna get some tests running first. Unsatisfied trait bound. What is it that it's complaining about? What's the trait bound that the widget cycle could possibly have? T needs to implement backend. Do we even have the backend involved in this? Yeah, we do. We have to pass a new backend when we do this. No, we're passing in the tree. That's not right. Well, it is right, but we need to pass in the backend as well, right? Is it 3? We have constraints, tree, and backend. Yeah. All right, we have a test backend in there somewhere. Okay, so self backend then. Easy. Are you a reference? Yeah, you are. Okay. You need a tree view instead, so that will be as view. No, view, mute maybe. Yeah. Expected floating widgets. Wow, this is boring. I'm sorry. Oh, this is boring. But we're gonna get somewhere fun. Did my answer on Discord make sense, Temporas? $126. Wow, I have done so much work without checking this. Should we do string layout fixes before we proceed? No method name to any mute found for mutable reference. Hello, Hyperdemon. We're just baking some goodies here. Why does everything sound like a drug reference these days? What is it? This it needs a test state. Okay. So this is a box dine any state. Now we have a unique. And we should be able to do something like downcast mute. But not really. Or maybe really. Yeah. Everybody's become a drug addict. I believe you, man. Did I goof that up? that is what we need. It's the all beautiful, all knowing Rust. The language that will keep you single for life. And friendless. But don't worry about it, because you'll be morally superior to everyone else. Now, arguments of this function are incorrect. I'll give you an argument. Okay, why is that? I thought they were not incorrect. Ah, right. We have one more thing we got to do here. There we go. But, okay, that one's wrong. That one's wrong. Wow, so many issues to deal with here. Okay, well, I guess we gotta start somewhere. Now let's see what's wrong here. Okay, no location. Okay, you know what? Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, globals, a reference. Factory, a reference. States, a mutable reference. Attribute storage doesn't exist. Components, component factory, registry. Widgets, viewport. There we go. Would it be useful to learn C++ in 2025? Oh, no, don't learn C++, right? Using C++ is like a homemade colonoscopy with a mobile phone and a selfie stick. You can make it work, but it's not going to be fun. I'm joshing. You can learn whatever you want, right? It's useful to learn any language, right? I think people stress way too much about what language to learn. If you're only interested in money, then learn Python or JavaScript, right? Oh, right. Oh. So many mutable references. Okay, at least we got that one. 49. State is not implemented for test state, but it says that it is. But DSA doesn't have anything to do with languages, right? I mean, you're going to use them for anything, right? Actually, I think if you were to look at most DSA examples, right, you probably find that they're in Python or something like that, right? W3 School, that's where you go to learn, right? I think so. Data structures and algorithms. Pick whatever language you want, right? A language like Rust or C or C++ or whatever has a lot of overhead as well. So for you to understand the algorithm, you don't need that overhead, right? You don't need to deal with allocating and freeing memory to understand a linked list, right? You do need to understand allocating and freeing memory to not abuse a linked list in the aforementioned languages, but the data structure itself or a tree or whatever, right? Why is this not working? Is that the rhyme not happening? Oh, old state. Well, that was a thing, wasn't it? Ooh, canvas, baby. Let's have a look. 266. From i32 is not implemented for rare. There we go. Next. Damn. Oh, unwrap all the way to Sunday. In test, you should definitely unwrap. If you do error handling in a test, you are delusional, confused, and you need to speak to your mom immediatamente. Because she will set you straight. Huh. You always use results. Yeah, using results are fine, but why would you do error handling in a test? The test's purpose is to either pass or fail, right? So the goal is for the test to pass. So you write the test for the happy path, right? So doing error handling in the test is kind of like taking a detour for no reason, right? I am not from any state of the use of A. I think most people in that country are asleep now, aren't they? If you're not testing error path, then you use something called panic with... Hang on, there's a thing here. Oh, expect fail with message. The message part is very important here, right? I'm looking for an example. This is what you use for a test that you expect to fail. Should panic with an expected message. If you don't have the expected message, it could fail, but for the wrong reason. And you think the test is fine when it is in fact not fine. No, that's built in. It's the parent that we need to pass in. All right. So we got the blueprints. We got the eval context. Not to be confused with the evil context. We got a parent. That's the root. And we have the tree. That's wrong. That should be view mutes. Hello, mentalist. How you doing? I am what you refer to as a mongrel. And then we're going to pass in a mutable reference to the view. Like so. Still not right. What am I missing here? Oh, a scope. We need a scope in here. And where do you go? The scope goes before the parent. Now, was it a mutable scope you wanted? No, just a reference to a scope, like so. Okay, that's a lot of things that should be here. Let's see. We need... Is it going to be easier to just take all of this away and then just add the stuff that we need instead? Really? Okay. Well, we need update tree, Evo blueprint, dirty widgets. Nah, let's do this thing. This should work. No. Do we not have an update tree function anymore? Maybe that doesn't exist anymore. You know what? In the runtime, we shall find these things. No, there is no update tree. Where was that supposed to be used then? Probably when we apply the changes. Oh, sheep. That's built into the runtime. Oh, right then. Can we just use the runtime for this, maybe? All right. Enjoy your dailies. Maybe we could just bring a runtime with a test backend in instead. Oh, but we can't because this guy can't know about the runtime, can it? That's why. Okay, I need a different playlist. There we go. Okay, so what does this thing do? It drains changes. We call update widget there. And what is this thing trying to do? Okay, so this sort of does the same. It drains the changes. And instead of calling update tree, we're going to call update widget. So I guess we could just grab this code then. But does that happen after the... No, it happens inside here. Okay. Why? We don't have a layout context there. Okay, we have to make a new one. Ugh. Blah. That's what I say to that. Blah. Oh, you know what? We probably don't need the eval context though. No. So we're just swapping one for the other. Do we even need that one then? Why does this not work? We don't need dirty widgets anymore. I don't think so. I think they are gone. Okay, we have it for the one shot, but yeah, I don't think we need it. Oh yeah, I mean, you should definitely be comfortable to say to your wife that, look, you've been putting it on a bit now, and I think I need to see someone else. No, that's not what we're supposed to say. Now, you should definitely be comfortable in getting some alone time. It's very important. Don't need dirty widgets. Ooh, what are these? Yeah, they just have elements. That doesn't have dirty widgets. I think that's the wrong elements. So much has changed. This thing is a pain. And what elements are these? With widget. Maybe it is those elements then. Let's look at some more of these stuff. All right, you need something. Yeah, you need a value. No, we can probably do that with a root scope. Yes. At least I remember that part. We don't want no dirty widgets on there. Get rid of them. I think dirty widgets gonna cease to exist soon. What are you griping about here? Value ID. All right, how's the value ID appearing here? Okay, so try for each. Sub 8 to try for each. Okay, so what we call sub there is actually the value ID. That makes sense. Sub change value. And we just, as the value ID, the key. One error at a time. We're getting there. Components, where are you? Now, which ones are, is this one that we want? I'm reasonably confident. Floaty boy. Okay, where's the widget tree? Up there. Got that one sorted. Okay, let's just run this again. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Huh, what does this do? We need a subscriber, but oh, we need a value ID, not a subscriber. Eval and elements. Oh, we don't have a test backend anymore? Yeah, there's no test backend anymore. That's okay. We just make one. Okay, so we need an output there. I don't know what that's supposed to be. A vec of what? Lines? A vec of string? Slices? Okay, so output can be a string, maybe? Okay. There is no surface on the back end. Oh, man. Okay, so we're passing in a size 2 then. So let's make the implementation for this. Okay, then this thing here can just return self size. Wow, so many tests to fix here. All right, can we please get this to here? Fine, where are you then, eval context? Maybe that doesn't exist anymore. How are we supposed to use this one? Eval blueprint, what do you take? Eval CTX is what you call it now. That explains a thing and a half. Ooh, this one doesn't look like you're supposed to be able to create this one. No, we make this one from layout context. Okay, so a layout context can produce an eval context. Easy then. And what's the name to do then? Eval context. We need a parent component, which we'll just set to none. And that is a... What do you want? Mutable reference. Like that. Wow, okay, okay. Right, expected globals. Factory. States. Components. Component registry. Do we even have a viewport here? What is self? Where's the viewport come in? Here it is. I bet this thing takes a size. Yeah. And we're passing in a size here, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, can't wait for this to work. No glyph map on the test runner. Probably easy enough to make as well. Yeah, a new one. As an index map. An empty index map. Okay. Hello, Ivan. How you doing? Oh, we need floaty boys on that one as well. Empty? Yeah. Come on, we don't have anything? Doing great. Just grinding away at this thing. Just need to get through this one. No, you don't. Come on. Ugh. We can't have the attribute storage here. As it were, yes. Where's the tree supposed to come from? That's what we need to do. We need to make that before we go through the changes. Do we need that? No, it should be... It should look like this. I think we'll come back to that one. Gotta get the other stuff working. The test runner can't have attribute storage now. Care about that. These, there we go. This is not right. Can't do that. Oh, this is a pain. Should we just wipe this and write a new one? There is only one type of element, so we might as well just do that now. No, it wasn't really the live, it was more the test run that I meant, not the framework. Okay, let's see how this is supposed to be used instead. It's not too much stuff in here. Let's look at the back end for the test. Oh, we had a test surface and the output was a string. Okay, so that one's right. That one was right then. Ah, that's how it did this. Do we need the surface for anything? We'll take that. Yeah, we could just grab all this. Do we have set attributes here even? I don't think we do. Yeah, we do. Okay, let's figure this out then. We can do the new test run, and that one's fine. This will create a new test instance. Yeah, right. So a new instance can do what we need it to do. Then I'm confused. Okay, that one has changed. We don't have that anymore. Let's get rid of you. Missing. Okay, draw glyph needs a glyph, not a char. It's been a long time since I said char and not car. Okay, so what's render supposed to do? Let's fix that one. Ah, the glyph map. Okay, let's see what the paint's supposed to look like. Like that. Hello, Privan. How you doing? That's what we need then. Oh, we need that one too. I don't know. Some kind of accident, maybe. It's unclear. Is that it? Maybe. Whoops. What do you want to? What is the second resize? Oh, the glyph map. In a caffeine store. Well, I had my cup of coffee already. Or my shot of espresso, right? It's not really a cup of coffee. And I had... Oh, shit. I forgot to log my tea. There we go. Oh, can we just get to the compiling step, please, por favor? Yeah, that one is a non-issue. We don't care about that one. How you doing, Skylar? Happy to hear it. So that's not it. All right. We'll analyze this instead and make a new version of this because this is getting too stupid. But first, I need to go make a phone call. The person that was here fixing the issue, was he yesterday or the day before? It's all blurred together. Well, or maybe it was on Sunday. Anyway, the person that was here fixing that issue only did one thing in one room. I guess it's just a bit of miscommunication, but another room is still completely blocked. So I kind of, you know. No, don't do that, Privan. We'll fix that. But let me see your podcast studio now, Privan. I'll be right back. don't know what the card is. Right, never mind. Hello, how you doing, Rico? It's Bonin here then. I mean, this must be the Incredible Machine 2 then, right? I kind of feel like they gave it away here, didn't they? Oh, beauty. On an Acorn, yeah. Were you into BBC Basic then, right? Oh, it was great. I played it on an IBM compatible PC. Oh, this is such a pain. Maybe we just need to build a new one of these. Let's have a look at where this is used, right? Something like the V-stack, maybe. Well, that's nice and succinct though, isn't it? Where is this used? Ah, so we can set the state. That's why. Okay, what about the other one then? With widgets. Oh, that also explains a lot. Yep, definitely need that one. Hello, Zucchini, how you doing? Man, feeling hungover from yesterday's stream. Where's Cat Peasant? Why am I live on YouTube? No one's watching. I think it's safe to say that is not the thing. Wait, your mom is what now? Hungover? Okay, we want to get this working. Yes, we do. So there is no attribute storage here. No. Why do we need that? That can be done in here. We don't need that. It can be done when we make the test instance. Huh? Oh yeah, I mean, obviously. Have you guys tried Steam OS? It's in beta now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, who buys an Intel anything today, right? I mean, honestly. Yeah. Hello, Velux. Funny thing is, I've only had one issue once with NVIDIA and Linux, and that was when NVIDIA goofed something in an update, and it took them a couple of days to fix it. So I had to use the LTS driver for a few days. Okay, so this, on the other hand, should be good. Now we just have to go through and fix this. So that one doesn't go in there. Okay, that's a hot mess, but we're getting closer. Yeah, all right. Now we have to actually populate all this. Right, we're taking care of these two. Right, I32 and U16. That's a glyph, so we have to change that. But what does the draw glyph look like anyway? Apparently it doesn't. Why is this thing not doing... Okay, you know what? We're gonna ignore that. Why is there a byte here? And why... Oh, it's the size. Hello, Da Vinci. Why is this an issue? Oh, come on. Oh, was that the last error before these two? Nope. All right, we need a blueprint. It's there, so we can send the blueprint in. Is this owned? Yeah. Do this thing really require a blueprint? It sure does. Oh, I goofed up. I didn't. That means that we need to pass that in when we call new. And we do. Okay. Oh. Oh, me too. I really feel like today would have been a good day to just remnant, but we can't be that irresponsible, can we? Can we? No. What? Where's the glyph map? We need that before we do this. I don't think I would have done well with remnant either. Privan, do you have any pictures of that podcast studio? I really want to see it. Only if you have it like laying around. Yeah, Privan's Privan's a big time podcast studio owner. Physical location. Come on, 2 errors. No more. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, such a miserable thing to do. Okay, not too bad to fix. Oh, no, no, no. This can't be. Well, actually, it could be. So, you know. Was that it? So how much time in advance do you need to borrow it? Like how much time in advance do you need to like borrow it? So if we're gonna do a podcast episode together, right? How far in advance do we need to schedule it? Same day. So and it's open on the weekends as well? Because I'm guessing you have to work during the weekday. Hello, Fader. How you doing? Not open. But don't you have to work during the weekday? How can we record a podcast episode if you're like working? I think we only have those 2 errors now. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Very good. What would the podcast be about? I think maybe invasive visitors or boundary issues, maybe. I don't know. That's all right, Fader. In that case, ask questions, if you will. I'm using i3, if you want to know that. And won't let me go home. Episode 1. Okay. Hello, Danaka. How you doing, buddy? I bet you did. We can't go to new. How do we make these elements? We can look at the runtime. Apparently not. No, it's not elements, it's children, isn't it? That's what it is. It's not a game you play for the story, that's fair enough. Venture capitalist investing in vibe coding. So, like, what would a podcast episode be about then, Prevan? Would it be about vibe coding? Maybe we can talk about vibe coding. So we need a widget tree, attribute storage, and needs layout. This is not problematic. End of the world and fear mongering. People have been talking about the end of the world and fear mongering for so long. I have like no patience for it. I used to sympathize with people who'd be like, oh, the world is ending. But after like a few thousand years, you don't have my attention anymore. Yeah, it's interesting because Tom Clancy, for those of you who don't know, is an author. And if the game story is bad, then, you know, you're afraid that the world isn't happening. The thing is, what does end of the world even mean? You know what? It's not a question we're gonna engage in, right? I just hate on vibe coding. All right. Oh yeah, Velux, I do. The Y2K thing was never really something I cared about. But there's an interesting story about the Mayan calendar. There's a town in the US where they celebrated the, was it 2012? They celebrated the whole like end of the world thing as a joke, and then the next day a tornado just ripped the whole world apart for them, right? I don't remember what it was called, but it was a kind of an interesting documentary, right? So I mean, obviously just coincidence, right? But it's kind of, it's gonna be so surreal that you kind of like, oh, the end of the world didn't happen, and then next thing you know, it kind of does for you, right? I thought Division 1 was fun though to play. A podcast on vibe coding and you don't know what you would talk about. You say whatever the LM tells you to say, like a vibe coder. How you doing, Bonin? Hell's Slave. All right, let's see what Hell's Slave is. Okay, so the premise already seems a little bit nonsensical to me, right? It's a fantasy RPG dungeon crawler where you make a pact with the devil to fight back a demon invasion. Why would the devil want to fight back a demon invasion, right? Okay. I think I get it. That could be interesting. Could be good. Yeah, I think I probably would have been up for playing this. Yeah. It's been downhill since. Man, is there anything left in your glass, buddy? Division half is a great. Devil wants to go on a date with Princess Peach. That's some up crossover right there. Look at the price. Oh shit, it's too expensive. All right, I'll add it. It's on its way down. It's too easy, Velux. That's like throwing everything else out the window. But yeah, let's not bother with it. Okay, yeah, we were setting up the elements. That's what we're gonna do. Widget tree view. It's an odd thing to have. Oh shit. We don't need this tree. We need a different tree. Can we make sub-trees? No, I don't think so. Oh, but yes, I do think so. Or not? I thought we could make sub-trees. How do we make a sub-tree? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Maybe we should have elements. Okay. Oh, Nelly. Okay, there's only one issue left. Cool. I wouldn't recommend anything from their fighter. If you want a cheap keyboard, I don't think I can recommend a cheap keyboard, but it depends on what you qualify as cheap. There are like low budget mechanical keyboards, right? Like the Bakken Echo is pretty decent if you're into 60% keyboards and stuff. I think it works fine. And you don't need to do anything to build it. Like there's no soldering required to build it. But low budget mechanical keyboard, we're still talking like $100 odd something, right? Oh, you want full size? This one is pretty decent, but if you want full size, that's a tough one. I only have 60% keyboards and splits, so yeah, it depends on what you qualify as affordable, right? You can probably get something like an Alice or what have you as well. I don't know if it's gonna be the right size though, right? I don't mind laptop keyboards, Diver, but yeah, it's going to be split all the way to Sunday for me as well. Are there cheap splits? Oh, absolutely. Depending on how much work you want to put in yourself, I think I spent $35 on my Ferris sweep. But that requires building it. So you have to solder these ones. But if you have a soldering iron, this is a really good first keyboard to build. You don't mind soldering? Well, okay. This is. I mean, let's check out these guys. Is where I bought mine from. Look at this one. A corn's 35 pounds. I still haven't built mine. Sweep kit is 30 pounds. All right. Do we get different images here? No. Okay, you need to buy the switches and the controller. So it's not going to be quite 30 pounds, right? But you're not going to be that far off though. Oh god, no. Thank you so much, Major. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. I've had this keyboard for, I don't know, over a year. And I used to throw this in my bag as is. These are pretty sturdy. They're not going to break, right? They're just PCB sandwiched, right? I don't have autofocus on. It's an easy build. It's a fun keyboard. Cooler Master Keys Pro. I don't know what Cooler Masters are like, but if you're, again, I like mechanical keyboards. I don't really know anything about the rest of the stuff, right? No, these ones don't come with number keys. These are 34 keys, right? They are very, very simple ones, right? If you want to get a bit more fancy, this is what I'm using now. This is the DeFi. You have number keys on this one, but they're not cheap. Okay, let's not pretend that the Digma is cheap, right? This one is cheap. Kinesis. That one is made out of plastic, though, Bonin. Come on, man. All right, let's fix this borrow issue here. You were just crying about plastic and everything, Velux. Come on, man. Bloody turncoat. I'm kidding. Ah, there we go. Another one. Ooh, microplastic. Drink your plastic like a real man, okay? If you don't have 90% plastic in your kidneys and liver when you die, then you didn't truly enjoy life, okay? I hear so much about microplastic. How come I don't ever see any? Savant Elite Programmer foot pedals. What, $100 for a kinesis? Okay, you know what? Now you got me intrigued. Now you got me intrigued. Now I'm gonna go and look at it. Oh yeah, no, this is not for me. That looked awful. Oh, I'm really bad, and it wasn't a problem. No, I mean, it depends on how badly you mess something up. I've destroyed 2 keyboards, and I've built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many keyboards I built, but I've ruined 2 keyboards, 6 with a micropad. Yeah. A cheap split keyboard. We just looked at it, all right? A very sweep. It's going to be under $100 or £100 for it. It looks bad. I'm honestly, it looks really bad. If you want a cheap split, then don't buy that. If you want a cheap split, then get yourself some cheapo corn or whatever, right? If you want a decent, I mean, Kinesis do keyboards with a well. Is there a reason not to buy that then, right? Yeah, Unholy Diver, that's kind of my sentiment as well, right? That's just a normal keyboard split in half, kind of, right? There's no other aspects to it that's interesting, right? Well, I mean, if you want that, then go to, I don't know, AliExpress split keyboard, right? I'm sure you can find a split keyboard here for next to nothing, right? There you go, £4, £109 for a corn, £35 for a corn, right? You can get plenty of split keyboards. Why would you buy a Kinesis split keyboard? Why would you buy that when they make actual interesting keyboards, right? That just seems like a terrible investment. Caleb, because of where you live, I would maybe look at the Glove 80. Okay, so we need to get apply changes from the runtime. Glove 80. Okay, do we drain the changes here? We do. And if it's empty, we return. Okay, we do need this part, but we're going to trim it down something fierce. Yeah, sorry, I'm so focused on solving this thing. Okay, so where does the widget ID come in here? Widget is the value key. Okay, that's definitely a step in the right direction. And where does the context come in there? It doesn't. Come on. Oh, finally it's running. Oh. You can't really compare the kinesis to a Digma DeFi though, Bonin. It's like going, oh, this cardboard box in the park is a lot cheaper than my house, right? If you're gonna go with that kind of keyboard, then there are so many more alternatives. The reason you would buy a Kinesis is probably because you want a keyboard with a well, right? DeFi, Glove, Moonlander, Voyager, these are a different class of keyboards. I know this because I have more than one keyboard. Okay, so why is the assertions not working now? Well, this one is broken for one, so we need to be able to get the tree from a different path. So we can get a different tree view here, but that one doesn't quite make sense. It's just a shorter lifetime. I think you got yourself confused by the conversation now. Okay, relative remove. No. We need to get a new tree from this thing based on a path. How do we do that? That's not the split we want. Maybe we need like a subtree function here on the view. Can we make that happen? What was the cheap keyboard feature? I don't think Pay that shows a keyboard. We talked about the fairy sweep. They were worried it was gonna break. I said they're not going to break, but you can get cases for them, right? You can get lots of cases for these things. You can get cases for corn. You can get cases for a lot of these things. I'd say almost all mechanical DIY keyboard comes with some kind of case as well, right? How do we do this? Is that all we need to just set the offset? I don't remember. I don't remember how the offset works. That's what we need. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. But not quite. We need to get the nodes to differ. We can do a get by path for that one. Mutable, yeah. Why now? Like that, then. Which one is it that is causing us grief here? What do we call that? Subtree. Oh, right. Okay. That's a bit disappointing that all of them fail still. Oh, not yet implemented. Wow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Farai. Thank you so much for that. Twitch is always lying. Okay, so setting the attributes, we can probably copy that from here. Style from cell attributes and then call set style. No. Okay. Wow, 57 passing tests. That's kind of a win. Wow. We're at the 2 hour mark. I have to go and put the kettle on. That's 57 too many. You're not wrong. All right. Well, that means that we are maybe 7 tests away from releasing this. That would be pretty good. No. Okay, so we can't make the subtree. I'm on my penultimate T today. That's a bit sad. Yeah, this looks right. Yeah. Why is it not showing? Huh. Hmm. Yeah. So why is that not happening then? No. Is this the one that's failing? Get path. Get by path. That's good tea. It's good to have tea, I mean. Tea isn't very good. Right, it's gonna log the tea. Done. Yeah, this is the one that fails. Okay, we can debug this thing. Why are you being shit? Oh, you're not. Okay, cool. So our path is currently 3 zeros. And now it's a subpath. That should be 2 zeros. Yep. Oh, that's a problem. Maybe they don't exist. I mean, feels like it. Why don't you exist? So this should have worked, though. Maybe there's something wrong with the pathing? No. No, there isn't. Okay, let's debug the tree then. The other stuff seemed to work, though, right? No, there's a weird glitch there, but that's not the issue. It did render the output, just did it wrong. These all work, so it's clearly doing what it's supposed to do, building up the tree and all. One other test is failing. The position. Huh. Yeah, I didn't. I kind of almost pressed start streaming before I'd even thought of a title, so I just threw some stuff in there. Why is the position not work? I actually know when it would work. It would work if we gave it some different sizes. Would it work if we put a C stack in front of it? No. But if we did this, shit on it. That is very wrong. That should have put it down here. What are you working on these days, Marvin? What exciting adventures are you on? We could put a container here. No, that still didn't work. Nothing? Oh, fair enough. Or nothing exciting. Kids do be like that, right? Selfish little time vampires. Oh, I have to figure out how position is supposed to work. But we can wait with the position because that's not the main issue then. Kids don't ask to be born shows what you know. If kids are asked to be born all the time, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it making them so much fun, right? That's their way of asking. Okay, so we're going to issue with overflow and clamp prevent. They won the race. They shouldn't have tried so hard. Oh, there's something really strange here. I feel like we are 2 tests away from this. Actually, we can check this now. No. Damn, that was disappointing. Type differs in mutability. Missing documentation. Okay. Maybe now. Okay, that's inside examples. That is not bad. Anything else? No. Okay. I think we can get this one running quick fast. There's no finalize? Finish? No? What is it then? I'm sure there's a finalize. Yeah, there's a finalize in there. What do you want from me? Wow, okay. Deprecated context? Okay. I might have to do a bit of cleanup here. Okay. What's all this deprecated context thing doing? All right. No, deprecated nothing. Okay. To get this one in there. And then something here. We got a builder. And then we got runtime. That's going to be builder. Backend is to be mutable. Ugh, almost. Oh, yes. Okay. Broken, but it's compiling. Okay, so what's the issue here then, right? Don't old screen. No such file or directory. We're missing the template. Which one? Messages and message passing. Oh, yeah. Silly me. I don't know what this does. Looks fun. Who wrote this? Did I write this? Whoops. What does this test do? I have no idea. What does this test even do? I'm... Alright, we have to look at the mouse. Yeah, I'm a bit confused, but this looks right. So if we press the mouse down here, we should emit self-recipient is a component. No, we don't need that now. All right, let's do this. Then we know if it's working or not. Yes, it's working. You know what? Ah, I didn't write this. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, I don't recognize this code. We don't have to do it this way anymore, which is why we're not going to do it this way. In this case, it wasn't me. Okay, then we need to look at message passing. Now, where are the component? Who are we sending this to? Messages. And then we're going to look inside messages on message. Can we send a static string? Okay, that should be sending messages. Why is it not sending messages? Messages, that's the state. It panics. Oh, I bet it's the templates that are just wrong. Easy. There you go. It's doing something wrong. But that's okay. We want the button to be the one that's being clicked, right? where the ID is button. Okay. Okay, that's wrong. That looks right. Okay. We need to fix this one too. Okay, let's send the attribute value as a string. Like that. But I use an LSP. Look at this. Go to definition. Go to definition. Go to definition. Go to definition. LSP all the way to Sunday. That returns an option. Whoops. Do we have a get stir then? No, why can't this be Oh, it doesn't exist for string slices. It does exist. Well, that's just a filthy lie then, isn't it? From value kind for string. Oh, yeah. From string for value kind. Huh. Autocomplete brings speed. I think that's wrong. And why that's wrong is because autocomplete stops people from finishing the word, right? So instead of just going hello, people go like hey, and then they go through all the different permutations until they get to hello. And even worse is when you're gonna go to you, so they go like you, and then they sit there and like click for one letter. That is not speed. Too rude. All right, I don't want to open it on screen. No, well, it's a bot, so you can do whatever, right? Okay, so this exists. We should be able to go from a value kind to a string slice. So why isn't it? Okay, now let's see if that's just outright bananas or not. Try from Foster. Why is this not working? Do we need to? We shouldn't have to ditch the lifetime there. If we do, then what lifetime do we put here? That can't be right. No, they need to have the same lifetime. I mean, that's just bullshit. What the fuck am I looking at here then? Stir for try from value kind. That's exactly what we're looking at, right? We do need a lifetime there. We can't just do this, right? No. Okay. Was that here? Like that? Is that what you had in mind? Oh, good grief, Privan. Don't even do that. Nope, that's not it. And we can't have an anonymous lifetime there either. Yeah, that's supposed to be... Okay, it should look like this. And if we're going to be particular about it. But I thought I tried this. I mean, this is the reason I added this. Can't be that, even though we're making it static. But Blueprint will outlive A, so what are you griping about? What are you talking about? I just added that, you ghoul. No, A can't outlive Blueprint, damn it. Come on, Rust. Well, Furry Twitter is way better, though. You can have sensible filters and get relevant information there. It's not all about what some random twat did. I don't get it. This thing eludes me, but I'll come back and fix this one later. This one has to be fixed, though. We'll come back and fix that one later. I need to fix this one first. That is okay, Skylar. Okay, this position business is a little bit concerning. But that's not the biggest issue here. This is the bigger issue, right? This one. Because it gets a none. All right, let's just try to not do this then. Okay, so that's what we needed to do. Okay, it's fine then. Let's get the other one sorted. What's happening here? Like, why? Why are you like this? What's for lunch today? That's what I want to know. Don't be shitty. Nothing solves everything. Unless you get your daily dose of microplastics. Okay, so why is this thing so weird? Let's run this code. What does this thing do? Oh yeah, I was supposed to make a drag and drop thing. Huh. Nope. We already do that, Velux. We have plenty of people doing that. You have no proof of this, Skylar. Eat your plastic like the rest of us. Okay, so let's scroll this thing. Also, why? No, no why for you. Okay, so there's some grow the shit here. Hmm. My laptop kept changing the screen resolution because I left it open in Tmux. So I had to reboot it. Okay, so what's the size of the... It's 3x6. That's the inner size. Yep, that's broken. Why? Oh, because it tries to draw the next border. That's why. Oh, you cod. So is this an issue with let's make the overflow happen as well. Don't care about the attributes. Okay. Hello, Icy. How you doing? Icy boys. How you doing? This is terrible. What the hell is wrong with that thing? Okay. No idea what the problem is. Is it the overflow? Is it the layout? Or which one is the... I bet that doesn't invalidate the cache the way it should. That's not used anywhere, is it? But that shouldn't even be an issue the first time we run this. Oh, god damn it. It's always something, isn't it? Can't release it with this. It's broken. Okay, let's do this. Let's set the... same issue. Can we use numbers like this? Yeah, we can. Okay, so the green one is clearly the one that gets thrown somewhere else, right? Okay. Okay, why is that happening? Well, I guess we just have to start from what happens when we scroll the... whatchamacallit. We set it to dirty and that's it. All right, but then what happens here? Hello, Panda. How you doing? Needs layout. This isn't used anywhere. This is just saying that this thing needs layout. That's it. Oh, hang on. It does invalidate the cache. I don't think this needs layout thing is being used anywhere. Not anywhere useful, at least. Invalidating the cache is enough. Let's get rid of this needs layout business then. Oh shit on it, you bloody bastard. Here it is. Okay, undo. Yeah, because we need to pass that in to know if we need to retrigger a layout. We do invalidate the cache here if we grab it. And that's okay. So that is happening, right? We are nil points. We are doing hopefully getting the merge done today, but I ran into a bug that eludes me a little bit with this. This green thing here shouldn't be there. And I wonder what that's all about. Because if we scroll it, it fixes it. Well, it keeps it at the bottom, so it's not really fixed. There's obviously an offset somewhere that is not right. I would guess that it's inside the positioning of the widget that's the issue here. Okay, so let's go here. All right, let's look at the positioning of the values then. That should just be a straight up 0. No, it's 1, 1 because we're at the top left of the border. Mm-hmm. Okay, is this region right? 1 to 4. Let's find out. That's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So why does it say that the region is 1 to 4? Huh. That's the inner size of the border. 3. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 3 by 6, the inner size. This is 4 by 7, 5 by 8. Of course. Yeah. So why is this region wrong then? Oh, 7. and 4. It's not wrong. It's just I can't read. What's our region? It's the same. That makes sense. That doesn't seem right. What sides? What is this? It's the border. That's the text. Oh, because we have an inner border. Oh, bloody heck. Okay, hang on. Maybe that's the issue. Oh. I think this is... Yeah, there's something with the border. Why is the border doing that? Okay, let's change this for a container. No, it still does that. Whew. Don't do it, Priven. Okay, so it's consistently florped. That's good. It's not down to the border being the issue. Ah, I see it now. All right, so we've added 3 to this thing. Oh, yes, I see it now. I see it. It's not going to intersect, so it's not going to lay out the child. Because it doesn't lay out the child, it doesn't get the correct position. This is an easy fix. Done. Right. Oh, man, that was... Don't need you anymore. Do we need South region even? No. Do we need this region? No. So it didn't do the position, which means it didn't paint it. So it was just to prevent unnecessary positioning, but that's not the issue. Nope. Past me, you were wrong. More importantly, will the test pass now? Yes, it will. So now it's just the position test that are broken. Oh, nice. Okay. Of course you can. That depends entirely on what you're doing, Chronex. Depends on what you're doing. What's the use case? You don't want to be blocking anything in your async runtime though, because that can make it behave erratic and even stop behaving. Didn't they write about this on Tokyo's thing as well? Here it is. Chronex. These channels wait for messages by blocking the thread, which is not allowed in asynchronous code. So if you're doing this in an async variant, use this. But there is a third answer. There's a third answer called Flume. Okay. This is my go-to. Okay, so positioning is now the main outstanding one, right? This is wrong. This is so wrong. This size is wrong. Hello, Nalot. Oh, that is a thing. Oh. Okay. That's all the test passing. Whew, okay, let's see how all the tests are in general. Yeah, okay. We need to get to the message passing one. Wow, there's a lot of unused stuff as well. Okay, we can't elite the lifetime there, so let's go and fix that. I don't think we need the subtree, right? Don't need that. Okay, let's clear out some of these warnings now. Go for it. For everyday banking, yeah. The operating system isn't your your main problem there, right? It's about how secure your system is, right? And arguably, one could make the argument that Windows would possibly be unsafer because of all the telemetry and sharing and everything that goes on by default, whereas Linux is more focused on privacy. However, it is also possible to make a pilot error that will compromise the system. But in general, I'd say, why not, right? It's as safe as anything else, right? Is one car safer than another car? It depends on the driver a lot, right? But out of the box, if you install Linux Mint and you don't use the computer logged in as root, which I don't think Mint will even allow you to do, or it will be very in your face if you do, you should be fine, right? But I'm no security expert, so I can't say with any certainty. But I've been a Linux user for many years, and my bank account has never been compromised and never had any money in it. But see, that's a double-edged sword, though, Privan, because that means that security issues might also be public for people who want to exploit them. This is an eternal debate, right? That doesn't go anywhere. But personally, I feel better using Linux than Windows. But that's more of a preference. Online banking is never one of my concerns, right? So what Mouse is saying is pretty much the case. Phishing and social engineering is vastly more compromising than on someone's gonna hack your bank account or run a keylogger or whatever, right? I will tell you this though. It is easier to install semi-vetted software on Linux because you have the package manager, which have eyes of everyone on them and so on and so forth. Whereas with Windows, it seems like you either use the Windows Store or you download some arbitrary binary from some website and run that. No, but that's how you learn, Naloth, right? That's part of learning, and that's kind of part of the fun as well. You install it. When you start your journey into Linux, you should be prepared to reinstall it several times, because you install it and then things are just not working and you keep poking and digging at it, and you're probably going to make it worse. But don't let discourage you, right? Because I think most people in the chat who now run Linux knows how to read the error logs and change passwords and create new users and all the basic stuff, right? Yeah, the thing is, I am not impervious to being scammed either. I was scammed not long ago. The funny thing is, when we get scammed, we think that we feel foolish. It's like when someone cheats on you, you feel like the idiot, even though you're not, right? It is weird how we feel that way. And I found out what my vulnerability was that day, and it was they got to me through my wife, right? That was the attack vector to scam me. Yeah, change distro many times as well, right? What challenge, Priven? Such a loser. No, I think people who say I would never get scammed, or I would never, those people are probably likely to get scammed as well, right? You're not some superhuman and everyone else around you is an idiot. That's weird hubris, and you should probably find some humility in yourself. But I've been using computers for many years, and yeah, I got scammed. The thing is, you don't know how you're gonna get scammed, right? Those are the same people that claim they have no bugs in the code, yeah. FTP servers, really? Yeah, I came across a website that long time ago where I managed to shell into their account. It was an online shop, and I sent them an email saying, look, you need to sort out your security. That's what you do, right? If you find the compromised system, you send them an email saying, look, I came across this. You don't exploit it, right? You have no idea. You might be stealing from someone who can't afford, or who doesn't have insurance or whatever, right? But yeah, no, you can get scammed. You can get scammed very easily, right? Here's how you can get scammed, right? By not subscribing to this channel, you're constantly scamming yourself, right? But that aside, let's say that you live with someone and they go, oh, can I use your credit card? That might be you getting scammed, right? Not because the person is going to take your credit card and run off with the mailman, right? Because the mailman is not that cool, but they might be using your credit card on some scammy website. You don't know, right? And all of a sudden you're getting scammed. It's not you directly, it's you indirectly, right? Mailman is the real hacker. Except in our case, it's a male woman. Economy personal crisis. How's it going for your business though, Priven? Is it going all right? I'm happy to hear that. You're shipping? Nice. I forgot to look for the... The test runner can have that. It doesn't need it, does it? Can we just get rid of the floaty boys? No, we can't. Why are you... Man, I'm getting scammed by my own code here. Right, now look, that is not how it works, and the people who tells you that are deluded and confused and detached from reality, okay? If something is open source, that means that the source, okay, it means a few things, right? But let's talk about open source and source available, right? If something is open source, it means that anyone can go and read the source code. That's all it means, right? I mean, yes, it means that other people can build on top of these things, but I'm working on something that is open source. That doesn't mean that anyone can just go and add code to my project. I don't know who started this delusion that because something is open source, anyone can contribute to it. They can try to contribute to it in the same way that you can try to contribute to a construction site, but they are most likely not going to accept your contributions, right? To contribute to open source, you need to go through some process or otherwise, right? And we're talking about larger projects. Your code will be reviewed by other people. It doesn't mean that issues don't sneak in, but issues sneak in closed source all the time, right? The whole open source is less safe than closed source. It's kind of a fallacy, right? Change screaming angry man. That's about right, Tanaka. You should be worried about the node modules you have in your project. And you should obviously be concerned about what's going on with your computer, but I mean, if you have node modules, you're already lost. Oh, they can totally fork your project. Then it becomes a license conversation. But, okay, I will draw a picture for you guys so this becomes a little bit more clear, okay? Actually, yes. This is your computer. It looks like this. It is a little bit happy and has some kind of disease as well, right? Here is a library that your computer is using called lib, okay? This library lives on GitHub for the sake of this conversation, right? GitHub is now a database. Get over it, right? Now, here comes evil hacker guy, right? He's red with rage and incelism, right? And because his head is a little bit larger than everyone else. So this guy forks this code base, right? So this guy now has his copy of lib. But what's he gonna do with it, right? He's not going to get his fork to your computer, right? Because you're using this fork on GitHub. You're not using his fork. So the fact that someone has a fork of some code means nothing, okay? It means that they have the source on their computer. That's all it means, right? No, open source does not mean that. And now you're not the first one to assume that. And I have heard people say this. They have people who know how to program has been sitting there openly saying, talking about open source as if it is this thing that anyone can just contribute to and whatever they contribute gets accepted, right? That is not even remotely how it works, right? I'm running an open source project right now. I'm working on it right now. I know what is actually happening in my project, right? I can see any pull request that is being made by other people, I have to accept these from other people before it goes anywhere, right? Here's some code written by a lunatic, okay? And if I think that this code is dodgy, then I won't accept this code, right? Then I'm just gonna go, no, I'm not gonna accept this code. It's dodgy, right? It doesn't mean that the code will automatically end up in here. So you have your Linux dist that has its source repository. If we take, I don't know, do we have like Debian package index, for instance? All right. I'm taking Debian as an example. I don't use Debian because I'm not 90 years old, but Debian is a Linux dist. Well, I mean, this thing isn't even loading. Good grief, right? Can we see? All right, let's just search for a package. Let's search for OBS, right? Open Broadcast System, which is what I'm using to stream right now to Twitch and YouTube. Is anyone watching on YouTube? There are 2 people watching. Hello, YouTubes. You guys are great, but don't tell the Twitchers. All right, this is taking forever, and it makes my heart sink. So let's go somewhere else. Let's go to... Oh, whoops. Actually, just turn up, right? I don't even know if these are the same OBS. I shouldn't have picked Debian. All right, so let's look at this thing, right? We can search in packages here for OBS as an example. OBS Studio, there we go, right? So if I install this packet, it comes from this upstream, which probably comes from their GitHub or whatever it comes from, right? So even though OBS is open source under the GPL2 license, it means that anyone can fork this, but they will not be able to take their code and put it into the upstream here, right? They won't be able to go here. Where's GitHub? Right? They won't be able to go here and get their code in here. As a matter of fact, 300 pull requests are being blocked or waiting for review, whatever it is, right? Before they go anywhere, right? So the way it generally works in open source is you are here and you are ready to leap into action with a slightly square head. You got some smooth skills there, right? And you working on the code over here. Then we have some other dudes here, right? Equally cool posts. And then we got some guy here who's really excited, right? And they want to get the code into your code base. So they submit what's called a PR. In case of GitHub, it's a PR. In case of GitLab, it's an MR. So PR is pull request, MR is merge request. It's the same thing. Nobody cares. Whoops. PR, right? Now, this code that they submit should be reviewed by someone before it ends up in here, right? So really, what they end up doing is they are sending their code over here for review. And then you, with your computer eye, will look at this review or look at the code, right? And then either you will merge it into your code base or you go, no, I'm not doing this. And then you throw it into the bin, right? Which is full of bad things. That one looked a little bit phallic, right? So everything has to pass through a human to get there, right? Someone's going to look at it and say whether it's okay or not. This is the same principle that is being used within closed source, right? But within closed source, there are people known as employees doing the work, right? And you could have a dodgy employee doing really bad things and introducing malicious code. As a matter of fact, people are more likely to scrutinize open source contributions than closed source contributions because you wouldn't assume that your coworker is doing something malicious. You don't know that your coworker just got fired and they want to add a backdoor before they leave. So you just look at the code and go, looks good to me. Let's go. All right. So it is definitely not the case that anyone can just get their code into an open source project. Anyone can try to contribute, but that is not the same as getting your code in there, right? In any way that you can try to contribute to the Bible or whatever, the Quran or the Torah or whatever, right? I don't know where I picked religious text, but you can try to contribute there. But it's very unlikely that they're going to accept your blog post in there for the next edition, right? Oh man, Linux kernel mailing list drama, right? What do they like, these people? Huh? What do they like? Okay, we got an unused result on 294. We'll fix that. We don't care about the result. So this one claims that the blueprint is not used, but I do believe that it's being used here, right? This blueprint is going to be used by the test instance for something, is it not? Maybe not. Let's take it away from the test instance to see if we can swing there. We can, right? Slippery slope indeed, right? I don't know who Keys is. I don't know if they did it on purpose. Right? If they made a mistake, then and the mistake was caught, then I don't see an issue. Okay, floating widgets is not used either by the test runner. Rolling release or regular release cycle. So this is going to be part of your journey, Nola, right? Nalot, sorry. I was a Slackware user at one point. I don't recommend Slackware today, okay? It's very good for educational purposes, but you don't have that much time, okay? So skip Slackware. I went from Slackware to Debian. Debian is fine. A little bit outdated. There's a lot of Debian sellers that's gonna start screaming in chat now, but just ignore them, right? I think for your first release, your first dist, I would recommend Linux Mint. Okay, Linux Mint is nice, and if you want to try a rolling release, then Arch Linux is really good. Arch Linux gets a lot of weird flack. People talk about Arch Linux like it's this really impossible thing to operate, but it really isn't, right? It has a really good wiki, right? The Arch Linux installation instructions are perfect, almost. It's a few steps to follow, and if you fail, you just follow them again, right? Okay, it's 5 steps to follow, but it's a little bit of a sneaky one, because one of these steps is choosing a bootloader, and this is quite a lot of information to take in. But once you manage to solve networking and bootloader, you're gonna be miles ahead of people who never bothered, right? So Arch Linux is really nice, but you gotta be willing to put in the effort, right? You gotta be willing to put in the effort, but really you just follow the guide. It's really good. But I recommend Linux Mint as a distro when you're making the transition. It's nice. Yeah, and I don't think it's even that steep, right? The mistakes that you're gonna end up making are gonna be because you're lazy and don't read, right? And I say lazy and don't read, but let's look at this thing again before, you feel like I'm throwing too much shade here, right? There are, like I said, the networking and the bootloader, right? That means that once you've gone through these steps, you're going to go in to do the networking part, right? And this thing could be a little bit daunting. There's a lot to take on board here, right? Because we have to cover, as if I'm writing this, you have to cover wired networking, wireless networking, the different ways of connecting, the different connection agents and all these things. So if you're using Wi-Fi, you're doing this on a laptop, you're going to spend a lot of time on this website, okay, on this page. But once you solve networking and you solve the bootloader, you're good, right? And also, don't install Linux on a machine that you're not comfortable wiping and doing it all again on, right? From installing Arch Linux? What? The almost distro. Yeah, to me, it's really hard to go away from Arch Linux. I wanted to try Nixos, but I haven't seen a strong argument for it over Arch. So, okay, can we get rid of the viewport from the test runner? We can. And can we get rid of the glyph map from the test runner as well? We can. Okay, so that's all good. We can comment that one out. We don't need that one. We don't have subtree anymore. Don't need the attribute storage there. That does not have to be mutables. Don't need that scope. Nope. Don't need that scope either, apparently. That wasn't right. Okay, there we go. There is a lot to learn, yes. Mint is great. Got a 6-year-old server still running. Linux Mint is a fantastic distro based on Ubuntu. But Ubuntu kind of lost their way. Ubuntu was really nice at one point, but then they sort of... I don't know what happened to them, but they kind of lost their ways with everything. They started adding like Amazon affiliate links in the docs, and they started doing weird things with, was it Flatpak? And they stopped favoring the apt installations and or the package sources or whatever. It's like some weird thing. Either way, I don't remember. It was weird and uncomfortable for everyone involved. Right? We're not using that one now. We're not using the width either. Yeah, I mean the Arch documentation isn't bad. I don't mind reading this, but I kind of know what you mean. If you go and look at something like C++ reference, here's something that needs better documentation, right? This could be done better, right? I think the same thing for this guy. Maybe this one isn't too bad. No, this one has been updated. This one sucks. No, they updated this one too, maybe. No. This one is a little bit rubbish. Yeah, this one's actually quite rubbish. Yeah, this one can do an update as well. Now, there's a lot of them. This is by no means the worst documentation, but yeah, there are nicer alternatives. Definitely. Hello, Londo. How you doing? Man, I was playing so much Darkest Dungeon that I had to stop. It became a grind fest that I enjoyed. How you doing? Who cares about C++ C#? More people than you know. Mm. I'm doing all right, man. I'm having I've gone through my disaster and I am almost done now, which I'm happy about. So I don't know if you were here, Londa, but I had in the last 2 weeks, I've had the bathroom blow up on me and another room being subject to the same thing. Like the plumbing just kind of backed up and everything came out. So 2 floors. We've had people over here to clean and remove everything, but the room that was supposed to be ready now got flooded again from sewage, and they haven't come and disinfected that one yet. So it smells of shit almost. It smells of sewage, right? But I'm over it now. I'm just waiting for them to come and fix it. We don't need region anymore. And then is that one. Okay, wow, that's not bad. Let's do that. What's my wife feeding me? White chili. Yesterday and today, it's white chili, which is really good. Let's see what this one has. It's really good. Oh, lime would have been nice as well. But I do recommend it. Yeah, plumbing and like high voltage electrical stuff I don't deal with. I mean, I can replace things like sockets and such, but when it comes to fiddling with a breaker or certain things I just won't do. Electricity is easy. It kind of is, but at the same time, you gotta do it nice. So just pulling a wire from one socket to another, if you're gonna add another socket, you gotta do it nice and everything. It's not a biggie. And you gotta remember to turn the power off, because otherwise it might become a biggie. Yeah, but I mean, so can everything. Driving a car improperly can lead to the destruction of yours and other people's lives, right? It's just common sense, right? But if you feel uncomfortable tinkering with plumbing and electrics and stuff, or if you're not even allowed to in your country, then by all means don't do it. But if you bought a house and you need an extra socket and you know what you're doing, then why not, right? Drove your car into the house. 240 is not that bad. If you do it wrong, it might end well. Yeah, I hate plumbing. I've installed toilets and dishwashers and all these things. And we bought a cheap toilet. And the bit that connects the toilet to the mains that fills up the reservoir of the toilet, that bit was custom to the toilet and made of plastic. I mean, how cheap can you get? I didn't even see that until we brought it home. And I was like, well, this is crap. Because obviously I stripped the thread, right? Stripped the thread and then you can't fix it. So I was like, okay, let's go and get new ones. Like, oh, no, you can't buy custom ones for this one. I like, are you serious? No wonder the toilet was on sale. No, I mean, like, if you just see a drop that isn't condensation when you're working with it, you gotta start again, man. Because there is no world that you want to live in a house that has anything that's leaking. even not a drop. There should be nothing there when you're done, right? Whether you use hair or plumber's tape or whatever, you gotta get that thing sealed up. Otherwise, you have to start again. And it's really, really, we're all ooping here. Yeah, it's not particularly fun to do any of that. I've installed a toilet at my mother-in-law's as well, right? Completely frustrating and tedious work. I don't mind doing a lot of these things, but if I have time and you know, it's not plumbing, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna pay someone to attach a dishwasher or a washing machine in my house. That's insane. You can't really go wrong, right? It's not like it's not like you're gonna connect the input to the output or vice versa, right? Like it's all designed to be in one way. You just gotta make sure it just doesn't leak, right? Okay, so you're trained to drive a car? That's what you believe. Did you? Oh, well, KFC, the argument can be made, and did you get some formal training for eating food, right? Right? You can make an equally ridiculous argument in any direction, right? Wiring a socket is literally putting two cables in there, right? It's, again, it depends on where you are in the world, right? 2 or 3 cables, depending on what setup you have. But again, you can't really go wrong, right? I mean, you put the cable in your mouth first to make sure that it tastes good, right? But it's a ridiculous conversation. I don't need training to do it. I have done it where I had to do it without any problems, right? It's all right. Turn the main power off, screw the wire in, you're good, right? Just don't put your light switches on upside down, because that's going to look stupid. That's the most important thing here, right? Seeing the US and Canadian driving test. Yeah, but then you get driving lessons at school, don't you? I'm good, Marvin. How you doing? If you're paying for them to carry the appliance inside, is this one of those things? If you don't pay for them to carry it inside, they would just leave it at the end of your driveway, some 60 miles away or whatever, right? Man, that's just brutal. I didn't pay to have it delivered. Oh my god. I had to move one of those box freezers, right? I had to move one of these box freezers alone. I don't know how far, but I had to move it alone and up the stairs, right? Not like up not a full flight of stairs. It was just like the step into the house, right? And that was an adventure in its own, man. But I mean, we're programmers, so we're gonna come up with engineering solutions to these things, right? I didn't drag the freezer. Instead, I built some contraption like a sled to put it on and drag it. But it wasn't without struggle either way, right? We're a party of who needs these idiot sheets. I don't know what that means. Morning, C318. You move your freezer outside whenever you defrost it? Oh, that's ambitious. Most freezers have a little tap that you open to defrost it. So take all your stuff in the freezer, put it in bags. Either put it in your friend's freezer, or if it's in the winter and it's cold enough where you live, put it outside, defrost the freezer, wipe it down, you're good. Maybe I should defrost the freezer at some point. I'm going to do something nice for the wife today. But it's either defrosting the freezer or cleaning out one of the rooms. What have we got left to do now? We're gonna get this thing working. Okay, so we have some things that are not working. Nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. Maybe we can do this over at the demo instead, so we don't have to deal. Oh, I don't have a dolly. I'm not a rich engineer on Holy Diver, okay? There's a big difference there. But without a sled, I don't think the freezer would survive being dragged across the gravel for that far as well. It's all tickety-boo. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing going. Let's do... That should work, but this will not work. And this is the issue. This is one of those situations where I would have loved to have an AI solve this one for me, but I'm reasonably confident it's going to get it wrong. Oh, nice one, Holly. You found something on the Everything Broken app where it was someone who started as a PO at Spotify and wrote, hey, if you need any help, let me know. 2 days later, just because I work at Spotify doesn't mean I can help you at all. There is a support. What? Good grief, Londo. What do they know that you don't? Oh my goodness, that sounds too good. Maybe this one doesn't have to be a reference. Wait, do we have that lifetime on? We do, mother flipper. We do. We don't need that stinking lifetime there. Is that going to be okay to say? It's not going to change this, is it? But at least it's okay to do that. We don't need that. On-time meetings. Man, it just doesn't love it. So what are you supposed to be? An option stir. No, that lifetime does not make sense. The value kind does not have that lifetime. I'm just wondering if we could skip that. The only reason it's clone instead of copy is because of this. And that could be a borrow. No, we have to use a reference, don't we? Ah. Hmm. It's because we need that bloody lifetime. We can't do this because we don't have a lifetime there now. That's because this one might have a different lifetime. That one should be okay. Hmm. If you deal with lifetime, you do something wrong. You have to deal with lifetimes in all languages, almost. Only ones you don't have to deal with are the ones with garbage collector, right? But this one should have worked. This one I'm a little bit uncertain of. That's what I was missing there. That doesn't help, though. It doesn't help here. I don't know, Londo. It depends on what kind of message you want to send. Is it about the petroleum or about the lifetime? It's a candle. This is bad. We shouldn't have to depend on this. We should be able to get something with the lifetime of this. This should be possible. Any lifetime, Skylar. This is correct. That's how you do it. Okay, fixed it. Yeah. All right. So we need to either borrow from self, which is a shorter lifetime, which is why we need this, right? Or BP. But BP or Blueprint is a longer lifetime, so it's a non-issue. Okay, so we fixed this thing. Can we go and fix the bug here then? Well, we're not going to see anything there, are we? Now we can't send this value because it's a string slice. So we can map this first. There we go. What language do you prefer, Holy Diver? I am curious. I'm genuinely curious. That should be a string now. I see, Skylar, you messed up now. Because any number under 10 should be written with the letters, right? All right, I'll show you the rules here. Kevin. Oh my god, you managed to write all this stuff out. It's not that important. That's a bad language, Priven. It gets nothing done. Crying-edge? I don't know what crying-edge is. It's just... Okay, so it still fails this one? That's just stupid. Oh, I bet we get a different attribute. I bet this one doesn't even work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, so even though we're searching by attributes, I don't think we're getting the right thing. If we panic out all the attributes here. Let's get them readable as well. Whoops. Yeah, this is not the right one. Okay, that's just stupid. I'm confident that ChatGPT can't spell either, right? Okay. Oh, we do have that. Was that the right thing then? Attribute ID is button. Maybe that worked. Yeah. So it's this thing that doesn't work. You sneaky. Oh my uncle. None of this is working. Oh shit, something else has gone walkabouts now. Okay. Oh, we're into lunchtime now. This is annoying. Right, so I think the @pus is wrong. Yes. Even though that is kind of right. How does the filter work? The filter is wrong. That's what it is. The filter is wrong. So for this to work, we'll hack it now. It can't be. No, this is wrong. I have to figure that one out. Okay, what else is it that is possibly wrong? That's how it is. Okay, then let's do a test all and see what's broken now. There's an erase region that's broken. Is everything else passing? Where are all the damn tests? Okay, let's go and fix the back end then. Okay. Should it be a reset cell now? No. It's the attributes that are wrong. But this one shouldn't be erased. This is just erasing one area. Why is top left okay? It isn't. It's an empty cell. Why is that supposed to be in the top left? This is not erasing an entire region.
That is just misleading. That was 1 and that was 1. It sets it to an empty cell. So why is that not working? But you're rendering there. That can't work. Yeah, what idiots wrote this test? That asshole. You know, sometimes when I made that joke, it has been someone else who wrote it, and then I feel a little bit bad. But just a little bit. Okay. That is wiser, Londo. That is wiser to do that. Oh, what now? All these bloody tests. Why? This one is actually panicking. This must have been written to test something specific. Maybe my patience. Yes, I know why that was written now. What? Of course you can. Oh, it's a value. Take. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what we do here. We just have to assert that this is sum. And then the map is empty. I don't even know if I have that function. Oh, wow. Okay. Whew. Oh, I know that one. No. Yeah. How do I write my test? Well, first I start with a test and then I name it. And then I assert that something is true. And then I run it. And that's how I write my test. I tend, like a project like this, I tend to make my tests very easy to run and consume. So I do a lot of work to get the test into a way that you can copy and paste it, right? If we go and look at something like the default widgets and we take the vertical stack, this test is really easy to understand and very simple. But if we look at the actual test runner, this is where it gets a little bit grody. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but it makes writing the test really easy. So I tend to do that, right? How do I bake them in? I make them into modules underneath the thing I'm testing because of the visibility qualifiers, right? Test needs access to the function. It depends if you're writing integration tests or not, though, right? So what are we testing here? I'm still waiting for Londo to play through the Dark Souls series on stream. I think it was maybe 18 years ago that he promised he would do that. Still waiting. You've been waiting a long time. I have been waiting a long time, man. How can we test component slots, though? There are no slots here. So this isn't technically testing component slots. Don't be rude to my test, Skylar. They are very self-conscious about what they feel like. Yeah, the test is incomplete. Still is a great thing, Skylar. You got to laugh it off and don't take it seriously, right? I gotta keep reminding myself that I can't really take what you guys say too seriously, and you shouldn't take what I say seriously either. You. Okay, so how can we check if there are slots here? What we could do is we could go back to Panic. There are attributes. And we're supposed to have S1 in there. That would be great, Unholy Diver. Oh no, I want that little kitty hang in there. Oh, I gotta tell you, there you go. This is what we need. Without the baby and the cat that is seemingly getting electrocuted. Why is the baby on everything? Too many. Too many to count, mother. Alright. This one is not showing the slots though, so that one is a bit of a no-goer. What do we get when we compile? What are you supposed to be? Globals? Yeah, you are. I'm looking at the wrong test as well. That doesn't help. Where are the slots stored? Okay. That's logic right there. Okay, when we load the component, that's what happens. Yeah, this one is just going to inject them, right? Yep. Body? What, the bodies are stored in the casino? Now I'm really concerned. What is this thing? Component source. Oh, right. We're adding the slots where these will be injected. Oh my goodness. So we're looking at the body of the component to have a node with 2 children, which is going to be node 1 and 2. Yeah. How do we write a test for this? Come on. Which freaking test is it that's bulk now? Expressions. Okay. No. Value resolver. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Explicit panics. Okay, we need all the tests to pass to be able to see all the tests running. We need all the tests to run, but that's not going to happen. There's always one thing that's a bit broken somewhere. Ah, right. Okay, you can't do that. There we go. Okay, now we might be able to get all the tests to run. And we do. So we get all the tests running, and then that's the wrong window. Okay. Right, that's all the tests running. That's great. We have some that shouldn't be ignored, but we have plenty of tests. We just don't have everything tested, though. It's a lot of warnings. But there we go. Still got quite a lot of warnings. Okay, so these are the examples. You know what? That's it. We are now merged into dev. There's a Monkey Island for you. They just turn up. No need to force it. Now asserts are usable for optimizations, right? So if you assert that a value is, for instance, if you have, let's do this. Whoops. I can't spell. Really? What is thing? All right. All right, consider this code, right? Right? Consider this thing, right? Any code from this point on does not need to perform bounds checking when using the input with values, right? So if I do values input, it shouldn't do any bounds checking now because we've already done this assertion. So assertions are really useful for a lot of things. They're not gonna slow down your code or anything like that, right? It depends on what you're doing with them, right? If you're asserting something, then if you're asserting something that isn't true, it will panic, right? No, debug assert only triggers in debug mode, right? So you might do something while you're checking and doing things, and this is just for debug builds. You don't want those debug assertions. Let's say that there is an expensive function here that returns a value, and you want to do something with this expensive function. So you can do a debug assert that expensive function is returning true, right? But you don't want, you still have to call the function. You don't want to call the function because it's expensive in the release build, right? No, but that's assertion. Assertion doesn't have anything to do with testing, right? Assertion is asserting something. You are asserting that a condition is true. It has nothing to do with testing. You can assert things in a test, yes, but that's just part of testing, right? That's just something that you do in the test. That doesn't mean, it's like saying the integers are for testing because you use them in your test, right? Assertions are used everywhere in lots of different languages, in many different code bases to assert that something is true before you continue. In the case of Rust, if your assertion fails, it will panic and unwind the current thread where the assertion is failing on, right? If it is the main thread, your program will exit. If it's another thread, then it will just unwind that thread, and whatever you were doing on that thread is not going to continue to happen, right? All asserts will be compiled into the binary for what they are built for, right? So a debug assert will not be compiled into a release binary unless you enable debug, right? But don't think about assertions as the thing you do with testing. Think about assertions as something that you want to assert, right? You want to assert that some condition is true, okay? Now, you could, of course, just say, well, what's the point of doing an assert when I can just do an if statement instead, right? But it's not quite the same thing. On account of it will panic. I mean, you could write, if not expensive, then panic with some message, right? You could write that. I don't think it's going to compile to the same thing, but from the execution of the binary and the observer of the code or the observer of the program, the human observer would experience the same thing. You could call variable equals expensive function, but the point of the expensive function is that we only use it in a debug context, right? So when we're doing a debug build, let's say that for whatever reason, we're asserting that our database have 1 million records. I don't know why you would do that. Technically, that would be a completely nonsensical thing to do. But whatever you do, that might be expensive to do. So you only want to do this in a debug build, right? You don't expect it to fail, but while you are building, while you are writing the code, you add your debug assertions in there to test a few things. I don't know if we have any debug asserts in here. We do. We have some debug assertions for some things here, right? Let's have a look at this one, right? Let's go into the state. Let's look at the store subscriber. This one is just asserting that this is less than the max value. It's a nonsensical assertion. I don't remember why I wrote this thing. It could have been to do with some tests when I'm adding something. As a matter of fact, if you're doing this in release mode and you don't enable overflow protection, then this thing would just wrap, right? Yes, so the general idea, what Skylar is saying, is true. You should use assert when you want to assert that something holds true, right? So if this happens and this happens, you want to assert that something holds true, right? And these assertions can lead to optimization of your code, right? We can have a quick look in the standard library to see what assert actually does, right? Because it's not as simple as an if statement. There are compiler built-ins. There's bound to be some intrinsics or whatever around this, which will lead to possible compiler optimizations, right? That's what assertions can help with. I mean, that and the fact that they assert that some condition holds true, right? But by doing the assertion, you can say to the compiler, from this point on, anything that happens after this code, you can assume that this is true, so you don't need to do, in my example earlier, you don't need to do bounds checking, right? Thank you so much for the sub, Mustafa Turan. Sorry. Thank you so much for the sub, Mustafa. 4 months. Thank you. Yeah, debug asserts also helps the people reading the code to see what should hold true as well, right? So that is also a useful guide for anyone. But we have plenty of actual asserts in here that aren't specific to tests, although a lot of these will be specific to tests, I just realized. Render assert, is that a thing? Yeah, I don't see anything here that isn't test related at an initial glance. But don't be afraid of assertions, right? Assertions can be really helpful. Yeah, when it comes to a language like TypeScript, the cost is different, right? Okay. Now, we have pushed this to dev, so if you are interested, you can start building with this. Let's have a look at the documentation now. Let's have a quick read through this and see if everything is up to scratch here. Should we try the example? Okay. Oh yeah, this one is kind of outdated. Let's just update that one. I can see that it's wrong. I don't love the prelude in there. Should we get rid of that one maybe? Let's do it. Skylar? Don't take it seriously. Don't take things seriously, okay? Oh, I haven't checked alignment, so let's try this one. Hey, do you feel great? Okay, that was the getting started. That was easy. Let's go to the next one. Let's add this. I think that's actually right. We don't have component state yet. Yeah, that's fine. It is possible to assign focus to a component from another component using context set focus. Set focus takes an attribute name and a value. It is possible to call set focus on multiple components with a single frame. Within a single frame. That's in components. The following example would set focus on component A as it has a matching ID. It's not required to name the attribute ID. It can be any alphanumerical value as long as it doesn't start with a number. Okay, that's right. Are you sure you wrote that, Skylar? That could have been me. A state is a struct with named fields. Each field has to be wrapped in a value. Por ejemplo, name value string, value list string. You quite sure you wrote that? Okay. There are two ways to update a field on state. Set and new value. When assigning a new value to state, do not create a new instance of value. This is bad. This is how it should be done. I don't know if we need, I mean, we should have it, but yeah, we need this. A component can have internal state, mutable access and external state. Reader, no, that is not the thing anymore. This is right, but we're not going to call it external state. We're going to call it attributes. Component names prefix with this, followed by optional social events and attributes. Okay, which page am I on then? State. They don't even read only anymore. To use external state in the component, refer to the keys in the map. It's not a map though. Passed into the component. It is possible to access external states attributes from within a component using context.attributes. No, that can't be right, is it? Yeah, that is right. Is it right? Let's try it. All right, so oh, I'm so quiet, aren't I? Okay. Right. Clearly, Skylar, clearly. Okay, there's no sandwich there. Well, we haven't passed in a value. there it is. And then it panicked because it was called value. And it works. Well, I mean, I say it works, you don't see that working, right? But we can add a state so we can show this working. Blah. You know what? To heck with you now. Ain't nobody got time for your bullshit. Then we're going to set the value here. Right. So pressing a key, it works. Damn, that works, right? That's pretty damn good. I do think your name is going to be riddled all over here. Yeah, you are a little bit everywhere, but I don't think you're responsible for all the typos here. So don't worry about it. You're not getting the blame for that one, Skylar. That one probably goes to me. Oh, love to see it. And I love you for it. Thank you for that. State is anything that implements the state trait. It can be accessed in the template using state.value. If the state is an enum, we don't. This is not working just yet. Not really yet, Neuroscience. I mean, like, these aren't killer apps, but I have this, and I have lots of software that I use for my videos that I haven't shared with you guys. Nor the videos, nor the software. So not really. But I will be adding some more stuff shortly. I do need a demo application that's actually pretends to be impressive. Oh, Lily. That was my bunny. One of them. She dead now. Yeah, I think an IRC app would be reasonably simple. Like, we built this thing in an hour, right? Well, we built the foundation in an hour, and then I was messing around with it for a few hours. But all those apps are out of date now because I changed. With this recent push, everything changes. So they should be updated before we link them. But there are some cool screenshots, though, that people have done. Yeah, and I pushed this to dev now, Skylar, so the change is pretty disruptive. It's not too bad, though, Londo. It's not... I try to not alienate everyone. Yes, Enrico, it's now in dev. Fuck! All right. All right. All right. Hang on. Whew. Thank you for the raid memo. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, so that fixes that one. Might as well push that. Okay. Hello, Joe Panini. How you going? Sorry. Buongiorno, Giovanni. How you doing? Ciao a tutti, e tu? Okay. All right. For a component to receive events, it has to enable event handling by implementing one or more of the following methods. On key, accept key events, mutable, blah. Okay, this looks correct. Children and context, are they both yes? Accept a mouse event and a mutable reference to the state if one associated with the component. No, that if doesn't make sense anymore. Now we're on to events. Who doesn't like pasta? You have to be a crazy person to not like pasta. How else would you eat pasta? With your friends? Too right, Scott. Looks right. We'll copy this and see if this will work. That's wrong. And that's wrong. That's fine. Okay, so we need to update that. That's on event still. Okay, fixed. Communicates between components using messages and component IDs. Yeah, you're not gonna get blamed for this one, Skylar. This is clear to me. Oh man. I can't believe I'm getting so snookered by life. Why? All right. Laugh it off. The beta has two functions. Emit using sync, using async. If the recipient no longer receives, the message will be lost. Implement the message method of the component trait for a component to be able to receive messages. The following example sets the component to accept strings and starts a thread that sends a string to the component every second. That looks right. But we want to talk about internal messages as well. And let's see how this looks now. So we want to send a message to the sandwich. Did you ever play FTL? Oh yeah, I loved it, Bonin. I thought FTL was really good. So FTL is a roguelike, but I kind of wanted to play it in a more chill space exploration environment. I know they made mods for it and stuff like that, right? But I did enjoy it when I played it, though. Damn it. Oh no, it did work. There's too much hello. Hello, world. That's exactly what I was gonna write. Free demo? But I already downloaded one game that you recommended to me today. No, it's not a weird game. It's just I can't. I haven't even tried the first one you recommended. Is it send? Yeah. We need to show these being registered as well. Not yet, I suppose, but it certainly could be. It's reasonably trivial to implement. Maybe we should do that. I think this is right. No. Now it's right. Highlight the code, please. Or not. But I can't. There are so many good games out there. This one is different. You say it's different, but Caps is literally like, oh my god, it looks the same. It even has the same icons, right? How is it different then? Checkmate. We're gonna wait for this to deploy. Yeah, that is updated. Oh, that was quick. Okay. Oh, you guys are great. Both component events and messages provide an element query that can be used to access elements and attributes of the component. Attributes can be read and written to. It is possible to cast an element to a specific widget using the to method. The to method returns a mutable t. For an immutable reference, use to ref. If the element type is unknown, use try to and try to ref respectively. All right, hang on. All right. All right. Are we talking about this thing? I can show you what this thing looks like. This is the chat, right? So if I want to, I can change this now while this is running. But now every message got a border around it. Not too pretty, right? But we have a vertical stack, and then we're using expand here to expand all the space. We don't need that one, right? The overflow allows us to have more messages than can be visible, and the direction changes which order things are drawn in. Like if messages are coming in from the bottom or from the top kind of thing, right? Then for every message in our state, if it's a chat message, we show a chat component, otherwise an event. So the chat component looks like this. It's a horizontal stack with a container that is maximum 18 characters. This is to crop the name so people like Enrico Palazzo can't see the full name because they choose to have a stupidly long name. It's their fault. Set the foreground, set it to bold because that makes it easy to read. And then we're just showing the username. And then we're showing the left side of a border, which is what you can see here, right? If we take that off, there's no border between messages, right? But it's nice to have it, so we want it there. Go for it, Atopos. Go for it. I'm just updating the documentation for this as well, right? Don't insult the real Enrico Palazzo. I couldn't even if I tried. And if there's an event, we have a different template, right? So it looks like this. We got some padding. We got a C stack so we can have a position there. I haven't seen what this looks like now that we rebuilt that. So let's just do that. And yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, but I promised to release this one and all the stuff. But it's actually quite overcomplicated. But I'll see if I can make it not so complicated. But first, we need a guide.
Tell me.
That looks right. All this looks right. Yeah. Insert state value into attributes. Is it possible to assign a value to an element using the set function? The state here is a little bit concerning. Yeah, it should be insert value. Thank you, Autobots. I'm hoping that this, because it's got hot reloading, is what makes it so nice, right? When you like building and messing around with it. We're still missing a few things, but I definitely think you can build things with it today. So this one should not say insert state value into attributes. That's misleading now. What's the URL for this thing? Element query. Like that. And then you decided not to share that with us on Holy Diver because we did not want to rehash that conversation again. The end. It is possible to assign a value to an element using the set function on the attributes. Don't do it, man. Don't start that conversation. There is no good that's going to come out of it. That is a terrible conversation to have. To read copy values from attributes. You sneaky sausage. Getting values from attributes. To read copy values. No, to read values from attributes, use the get function. To get values from attributes, use the get function. Legally distinct FTL. No, the integers in the template can be autocast to any integer type as long as the value is hard-coded in the template and not original. This is not true. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We should be able to let's confirm this, right? So let's give this thing a value number, which is a value over U8. So here we will say that the value is context attributes get as U8. Now that's an attribute. Okay. We'll do that anyway. Yep, that broke because we hadn't assigned it, and now we're gonna assign it. We're getting it as a U8, so let's make sure that it's not a U8. Oh, well, no, that's dumb. Yeah, that worked. Although you didn't see anything, so let's do this then. There it is. But we can get this as a U16 if we want to. Yep. It just works. Beauty. How do you have so many people in your chat that get it, but you won't join them in getting it? Because I am doing something else. I am not streaming gaming. I'm streaming programming. All right. So we're doing programming. Tell you what, Bean Juice, for 6,937 subs, I'll swap to game streaming right now. But it has to be that exact number, and you have to remember what it was as well. Heavily pixelated blood, like cubes. You were young and spontaneous. 5 hours ago was a lifetime ago. Everything before that last message was a lifetime ago. I aged 100 years. Okay. Is this true? Can we not cast floats? No. So that holds true. Okay, so that's right. Whew, components can be made reusable by implementing placeholders and associated functions. A component can have named placeholders for external children. Right. There's something new that's been added in the last couple of days that some of you might not be aware of. You don't have to name the placeholders if you don't want to. It becomes children if you don't, right? So we're going to update this. Reusable. Okay. They are on YouTube. At the beginning of the stream is pretty. It's not been like an interesting stream because I've been very quiet while I've been working on this. It's not been the most animated stream. The input components are called context publish. I think this is right. So the function. These look almost like callbacks, however they run at the end of the update cycle and not instantly. To associate a function with the parent, use the following syntax. The following template syntax, I should say, reusable. Okay. The input component can now call context publish text change, which is mapped to update username. This is correct. The parent component will receive the associated ident update username and the value. All right, we should not do brackets there. No, the brackets. And the value as comma. That's not true. So this is now a state. The parent component will... Mierda, déjame paz! The parent component will receive the associated ident, update username, and the value. And an immutable reference to the component's state. The 2 spaces there is. Yeah, that looks right. This is a bit long. Oh yeah, they're like no one's watching this on YouTube, so there I just ship it there, but not a lot happens there with the names and stuff. Not yet. Ooh, I think that's better. We don't need all that. Hi, ACS. How you doing? Okay, so I think that's right. Okay. This isn't quite there, runtime. Yep, that's right. Before components can be used in the template, they have to be registered with the runtime. Yeah. You can use from default if your component and its state implements default, builder from default C, com template is equivalent to build a component C default. Yep. File path versus embedded template. If the template is passed as a string, it is assumed to be a path and hot reloading will be enabled by default to pass a template rather than a path to a template called toTemplate on the template string. To disable hot reloading, set the document's hot reload equals false. I don't think that's there anymore. Not for any other reason than things have changed, right? It is there. Yeah, but it's still active. Okay, so we'll take that out for now, even though it's going to go back in. Yeah, so I have 2 YouTube channels out of Oslo, right? I have one which is togglebit-live and one which is togglebit, where I just do silly videos. To repeatedly use a component in a template, the component has to be registered as a prototype using prototype instead of component. The main difference between registering a singular component versus a prototype is the closure creating an instance of the component and the state rather than passing the actual component instance and state into the function. Also note the prototypes don't have a component ID and can not have messages emitted to them. However, messages can be sent using component queries. If your component state is empty, and does not have any special functions, you can also use a template without passing the components instead. This is equivalent to prototype. Global events. You can register global events, a global event handler on a runtime builder using the with global event handler. Okay, so this one definitely needs to be only buns. Yeah, but that one's secret. That one's a secret one. Okay, so global events is possibly not correct here. With global event handler, can we do that? Backend builder. We can. What do we have to pass in there? Event, tab index, and components. Oops. I think that's it, yeah. And now I can't quit because I overrode that. Yeah. Okay, let's see what this one says to that. Did you write this one, Skylar? This one, I don't remember this one. There's two things that makes me think that you wrote this. Yeah, you wrote this. You can register global event handler on the runtime builder using the with global event handler function. Passing a closure to it that accepts 3 arguments and return an option event. The arguments are of type event. Okay. We'll show an example of this thing. You have to return the event that is supposed to be handled when returning none, the event does not get handled. It is possible to change the event. I don't think we have to say that. You might want to do that if okay. Did I write that? No. So I try to stay clear of things like you and we when I write specifically. If a component and state is empty and does not have any special functions, it can also be registered with the template function. There. No, my numbers. Yeah, it depends on the way you write. I don't mind. There you go, Skylight. When you can like all the pronouns versus no pronouns, right? I don't even like nouns, okay? What do we call that? Okay. Conans. Noob nouns. I'm an adjective kind of guy, of course. The number of frames to try to render per second. Call this function with the number of frames per second. All right, we don't have to say that. Okay. We're just force pushing left, right, and center here. Whew, are we almost done? Yes, because these ones are a lot more basic. The following settings are available. Enable raw mode. Raw mode prevents inputs from being forwarded to the screen. Pick them up by the terminal and not try to print them. Enable mouse in the terminal if it's supported. Welcome to the Discord, Holy Dev. Enable on screen, hide cursor. There's also a clear. I think that's on the... No, it's on the back end, not the runtime. Oh, it's on the back end. Yeah, I wouldn't have to go into it. Let's see how this thing looks now. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Knife. Do you identify as knife? Yeah. Anathema has a template language to describe user interfaces. This makes it possible to ship the templates together with a compiled binary so the application can be customized without having to be recompiled. The element syntax looks as follows. Element attribute value. Elements don't receive events, only components do, and should be thought of as something that is only drawn to screen. There is, for instance, no input element. To represent an input, the component would handle the key press events and simply pass the collected values as a string via state. Use for double slash to add comments to a template. Element attributes are optional. Attributes consist of a collection of ident, colon, and value. An ident has to start with letters A to Z and can contain one or more underscores. Attribute A, some string. Attribute B, false. An attribute name is always an ident. However, the value can be anything that implements state. Yeah, that's close enough. Default value types. A literal value can be one of the following: string, integer, float, hex, bool, list, map. To access a state or attribute value using ident, a string without spaces that is not wrapped in quotes. Note that state values are under the state variable and attribute values under the attributes variable. Okay, so that has to be changed. Templates. Text string little, text ident in the common component state, state ident, ident in the common attributes. Yeah. Elements and children. Some elements can have one or more children. Example, a border element with text element inside. It is possible to loop over the elements of a collection. The syntax for loops are for element in collection. Example, looping over static values. Elements generated by the loop can be thought of as belonging to the parent element, as the loop itself is not an element. See example below. The above example would render. For loops also expose a loop variable that is set to the current loop iteration. Example loop. The above example would render. If else. It is possible to use if and else to determine what to lay out. Example, if true, text is true. If value, this, that, or other. Here are the operators. No, just like for loops, it is not possible to use if else with attributes to determine the value of an attribute depending on some condition. This should be handled by the state. So that is true, but I wonder if we want to be a little bit more clear on this. I wonder if we want to be a little bit more clear on how this works, right? Because, like I mentioned before, because the way you think around this... That's not right, is it? Why isn't that working? That is working. Okay, this is confusing me. Background. It's not that, is it?
No. Why is this not working? Oh my god, it doesn't work because of the stupid ass terminal. Oh, idiots. All right. Let's write this one up. Include this one. We'll include it under if else. What should we do? What should we name this thing? Something. But do we really need these to be strings then? I don't think so. No, we don't need them to be strings. These ones have to be strings. Because otherwise they become idents. This is true. I do not, Scott. I just push them to GitHub and that's it. This is new, by the way. That's better.
Whew, okay, so that's that part. And I think we're getting to the actual elements now, which should be very quick to get through. Even though it's possible to create custom elements, Anathema aims to provide the necessary building blocks to represent almost any layout without the need to do so. Elements that draw themselves, text span, and borders support these default attributes: foreground color, bold background, italic, fill. Default widgets. The following is a list of available widgets and their template tags. Text, foreground, overflow, break. I don't think overflow is used anymore. I think overflow can go. Do I have a custom... I do have a custom event handler, which explains why I couldn't quit. Okay, so what did I just say? Text, yes. So that's the one. So if we get rid of this, and we say that you have a width of 5. Oh yeah, +2 for the border itself. If we say, oh yeah, that's not gonna work. Man, that's a bad example. Yeah, overflow doesn't do anything for wrap. Oh, I'm sitting here putting this in the wrong thing. Yeah, it's the same as having nothing. Yeah, so that one has to change. Ah! Okay, text align, default to left, center, span. Border, min value, sides, border style. Alignment. Yeah. Vertical stack. Horizontal stack. Z stack. Oh yeah, I forgot that we have rows and columns as well. Expand. Position. Is this how this works now? Let's make sure that this runs. I think it is. We've fixed all of this, but that should be 0. Yeah. Yeah, rows and columns, right? But they're different from horizontal stack and stacks and vertical stacks because they center
they center themselves inside a column, right? If you have a vertical stack, then everything's going to be left aligned. If you have a column, then everything will be centered in the column, right? Like this, if we do a V stack, right, and we change this to a column, now it's a bit more visible, maybe. All right. So that makes sense. Okay, this is probably one of the most important widgets we have, the overflow widget. It allows the elements to overflow along a given axis. It is important to know that the overflow is an unbounded element. This means that elements can be laid out infinitely along a given axis. Providing the overflow with a very large collection would produce a very large element tree. An overflow offset can be changed via event rather than template values if the offset came from state. Has to be changed via events. If the offset came from state, it wouldn't be possible to know when the offset was exceeded. Should it change as a result of a key press, for example? Even though the offset's clamp. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Right. But here we get an example of how this works. That's right. That's right. Again, I'm going to assume Skylar did this because I don't remember doing that. This looks right. Direction, axis clamp. Methods going up by, down by. We don't have the direction. Yes, we do. So back, forward, or backwards and backward, forwards and forward, right? All these are valid choices. I think this is it. Padding. We know padding. Padding's our friend. The canvas is an element that can be drawn on. The canvas might not be entirely there. We'll see. Container. And that's it. That is all the documentation for the new one. Whew. Push that, clear that, and then history clear, so we don't have amend and git push in there, right? Okay, so that was the documentation done. Now, there are obviously things we have to do, but let me see what my future holds. I will probably not be here tomorrow morning or the next day, but Friday I should be back. And my poor plants are gonna die. I have to go and travel now. So yes, drag and drop is working or in the works. There is no drag and drop, but I started a prototype to see if we could build a drag and drop. So there are like three main things that needs to happen going forward now. The tests that aren't complete needs to be completed. The optimizations for text layout and stuff needs to be done. That's not optimized now. And some other optimizations should be done. And finally, we should start working on the third-party components now because they should be possible, right? So we should be able to have that conversation again. I've wrote a very basic input
input field for the to-do thing. Like this thing. Right, and this thing is very simple, and the input field is also right. Oh, I wish it was a celebration, Scott. Anyway, yeah. So I think I need to work on some kind of example application as well to demo this. But yeah. I don't know what we're going to do next though, right? Yeah, the most exciting thing ever, right? But I think the goal was to be... The goal is more about making a... The goal is going to be about making something a bit more useful, right? Now, we already have useful applications. We have this, but it is kind of a bit complex because this is depending on the other stuff, right? Oh, there's loads of IRC crates this Skylar. There's one little named IRC, right? Well, IRC is a good example of reading the RFC though, right? I think that's RFC 1349. Yeah. No. $14.59. Sorry, not $13.59. $14.59, right? I was off. And reading this RFC is not the worst RFC you can read when it comes down to it, right? What about this one? All the tenant RFCs. Yeah, that's but luckily we don't have to care. You didn't see the one crate named IRC, but it's all good, right? It's all good. Yeah, I gotta do something that I can show you guys and work on, so it's not just you know all my secret stuff that I don't show on stream. But I think Anathema is now up to date. So those of you who want to tinker with it, please do. I'm available on Discord to help. Skylar has been really good at helping people as well. Thank you so much for that, Skylar, by the way. So yeah. The one thing that Anathema is not good at is the dynamic layouts. If you want to have something like multiple splits, right? Let's say you wanted to be able to split something in half, vertically or horizontally. It's not something that you can really do with Anathema. Well, we're not released it to Crates.io yet, Scott, so we can keep it within the community, but it should be possible for people to start tinkering with it and try to make things. I want to build things with it, but I also realized that I got the game engine to work, and I was trying to figure out yesterday why I have all these timers in the game engine. That's when I realized that, yeah, we have like input sampling at 20 times a second and a bunch of other things, right? So that's why. Are you folding alpha? I'm folding you into a chair, and I'm making you into a folding chair, so you feel like you have more purpose in life. How you doing, buddy? Getting close to 1.0. Yes, we are not far away. There are things that I wish we could do, right? And as with everything, when you've been working on it for a long time, you kind of go, is this shit? Maybe this is shit. But that's okay. It's okay to feel that way, right? Instead, I think it's more just things that you can't do. And I wonder if we should add a section of that to Anathema, right? In the introduction. Let's add a why not to it. There we go. Yeah, the problem with making this the demo Unholy Diver is that it's heavily ingrained into Twitch, and I'm running 2 separate applications to drive the networking behind this. Well, this is the bot, but the bot is really just a server running locally over UDS, which is why we have the bot replying in the chat if you do something like that. But if you redeem a channel point event, you get it here, and the bot doesn't do anything. This is the bot that's in chat. This is Bunnybot 9000. This is Binky, and this is Witchbox, right? Yeah, I just can't like ship this as a demo to show it off. I can show people here, but I can't show it off to someone else to download and run it, right? That's what I mean, right? Well, it's going to be major though, Perkins, right? Because a major version bumps means that you've done a lot of work and you get to go on a holiday afterwards, don't you? So there's that. All right, I'm going to go and make myself my last cup of tea, and then I'm going to feel sorry for myself for 5 minutes because I deserve that after today's additional events of the gift that keeps on giving. And the reason I have to leave tomorrow and won't be back for 2 days. And then I'm going to see if Acton wants to hang out for a bit. It is painful freeform. Let's say that, make it sound like constipation. So I'm going to go now. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back whenever as soon as possible. Hopefully things will be better then. And well, we just take it from there. One day at a time, like a recovering alcoholic. I'm gonna get there. All right. Peace out.